Good morning. Hey Nick, how you doing? You gonna help me out?
I know.
I'm asking. I didn't ask for the lip. God. Day off for you. Nice. I kind of got the day off from blowing at the moment. I gotta go get some oxygen. We're gonna dump and hit Walmart. Get some dog food. Then we'll come back and work on the roof today where it tore back. We'll reseal this thing. Work on the skylight. Then if I got time, I'll heat up the kiln.
Nick says, on my third cup of coffee, and just finished 2 pancakes.
Ah, nice. I have had coffee, but I hadn't had the pancakes today.
Nick says, nice. Stalker says hi.
What's up, Stalker? Welcome to Casper, Wyoming. Taking the unicorn out and stretch its legs a little bit. Pick up some oxygen, milk, dog food, dump our pooper.
Morgan says hi.
Hi, Mark. Dude, drive your vehicle. Come on, man. Hey, come on, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah, dude.
wind in your effort to escape, and we're back on the yard. But me to understand why you make our lives so hard to know. You just see what you're doing isn't necessary. Can you hear the chirping birds there? Mother nature, keys of your pain, the soul's the key to break. What it saved our lives just a game. Consider us this world a period of peace. We are to the past, you can't ignore the wars, something not worth living and dying for. How you did was defend against those that descended and extended your peace. That's why it's left over. Toys of the play with those toys that destroyed. Now you're pointing at us after all that trust. With ourselves on the outside, we can't hide ourselves, but that we've tried. Everything and everything and everything. The only thing that's left is that we're new to the kingdom. Success, the western coast, the breeze is taking all the way. We go roll out, we go all the you feel it, you can get it. What's in that ship? Is that a key? I'll barrel away. Would you just wait? I'll mess it up more. Nick says, my streamer started spiking, then it started sprinkling, and we tried to tone it down some.
Yeah, mine's been spiking since yesterday. Little Seamus stepped on it. Kicked me in the eye. And I'm out driving around today. Assholes. Let's not have to do that again, okay? What's up,
Patrick's in
Patrick?
the chat.
How you
Good
doing, bro?
evening, good people. Much love. Nick says LOL.
Well, the toilet here's got a little bit of a leak when you turn on the water? It doesn't leak. It flows without flushing it. Just a little bit, but enough to fill up that goddamn poop tank. Because he's been doing dishes this week and last in it. I'd planned on not driving around for a little while. Here we are. Thanks, David. I ain't even blaming Chico for this bullshit. That's on you.
Good evening, Patrick. LOL. Says, fuck it, what you gonna do?
Drive. Make the best of it. I grabbed the oxygen tank. We're hitting Walmart too. Buggy. Buggy. Glad somebody is about to ready to hook the boy in the eye.
Attack, you feel losing stack here now. Think we just allow all this to be there and you're here, you know. How things are bound to go slow down. You're not coming around this, and we've gotta have justice for them. Oh no, boyfriend, seems I'm still lost. Shreds left out. I thought you could die. You know what? That's right. Yes, this is goodbye. Here in the end, even with our friends determined, is there still a chance to stop your advance? Everyone knew the three of you. We trusted you. We already knew that we might lose or think around. Everything is great, gotta say. Kept up but thinking this will be our doom. There's nothing to bring sounding out your doom. This trio's indeed for you. Life in hand, determined as ever, you stand. What in hell's name might it take for your will to break? Oh, I got you. I got you, Sugar. She's the baby. I found you. Oh no, she's just little. I got you. She's little baby. Oh, 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 goodness. Yeah, that she's little. She thinks she's just little. Yeah. My room. In my room. It is. In my room. In my room. Sometimes you can have my room. It's mine. It's mine. Mine. My room. Throw it away. My room. My room. Are you upset? Destroy.
Sugar. She's freaking out.
Of course he is. This is Chico, the little girl, bouncing around. I know, Chico.
Nick says I'll be back in chat. Going to minimize the video and chat my daily TRD.
Hey. We're on our way to Wally World.
Claudette says, hi Eric, great to catch you live. Hope all is well.
Yeah, we're doing good. Heading to Wally World. Get some food. Run back to the shop. waterproofing this fucker today a little bit.
I got it.
Seamus just said I, didn't he? Casper, Wyoming. Hitting Wally World. Dog food, milk, any damn yellow sticker deal strikes me as good. What?
That long.
No, about 4 days. Love you too. Anything you need in particular?
Not really. Everyone. Sorry, JB, you just exited the unicorn. What are you doing, Chico? Steve. What are you doing?
Hey, Jamie. We'd go run around today, thanks to Seamus thinking he can do whatever he wants instead of listening to his dad. So, you know. Once we get back to the shop, I'm gonna post up and show you all a nice shot of the parking lot out there while I whoop his fucking ass in it. Put a foot in your butt, boy.
Len might be there too.
Good, everybody be there. Watch you get your little ass beat. God. So remember, we just went and dumped. Well, Seamus been doing the dishes in here, and it makes the toilet fill up because it, you know, flows. It's old. I'm gonna need a new toilet. It doesn't leak. It just fills up the fucking pooper. So our pooper was full of fucking water when I wanted to go take a shower, and I was like, well, I don't want to leak fucking poop water up out of the toilet. So we had to go dump. He's not allowed to be doing dishes in the RV. God damn it. So I had to go emergency dump. Figured I'd pick up oxygen and milk on the way. Hope you're having a good day. Mine ain't so bad. Here in a little bit, we'll climb up on top, fucking strip back the top, start doing some repair work on that. So when we're ready to go, we can go. Instead of having to worry about the duct tape.
Why'd you throw everyone on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
That's 40
out of here.
Thank you, sir.
Watch your toes, boy. What are you destroying now?
Reaction to chaos that happens. Plushy and puppy at war. At war. Now what, Suge? Now what? I got you in a belly rub position. Oh, fuck.
Master baby. Now I got you, Fleshy. Now I got you. Oh dear. It's a sugar rush. Oh dear. Sugar rush. I got sugar rush. It's a sugar rush. It's crazy.
Hey, man. Dumb dog.
She's crazy. Where's the sugar? Who's got a sugar rush?
Where'd you get baby girl?
Who's got a sugar rush?
Where'd you get baby girl, dog?
Who's got a sugar rush?
Oh my goodness, you get the baby girl. Who the baby girl dog is?
It's infectious and the kid wants to be part of it. The sugar rush. Oh dear.
I can't. What the fuck are you doing? Ito. Now what?
He doesn't quite know. He got what he wanted. What now?
I noticed.
He's not sure.
You know good and damn well what I'm fixing to do with this.
Evil shit. Evil things. Evil.
Judy says tag, you're it, Seamus.
Oh, punk ass.
He's fixing to get tagged. I went to take a shower last night in our toilet. When you turn on the water, the pressure goes through the toilet into the tank at a slow rate. Seamus had managed to fill it up in a couple of days, doing exactly what I asked him not to do, because we're supposed to be parked here for a while. This is day 2 of the title being in the mail. I'm all like, fuck, dude. The whole reason I drove back here so I don't have to fucking go nowhere. I go to take a shower last night. Motherfucker had my pooper full. I couldn't turn on the water. It was just fucking water, but it had been in the fucking poo tank, and boy, when it came out, it was pretty brown today. So, I didn't want that shit leaking all over the place, because it would overfill. It would just overfill. I can't shut the toilet completely off. There's something wrong with the valve. So I got to fix that, of course. But until then, a motherfucker's supposed to be very careful with what he does with the water. Still considering him beating him up. Cheers.
What? This quarter has glom on the back of it.
Cool. Oh, bad God. If only you'd listened. Were we doing the dishes today?
This guy.
As long as it ain't in this fucking sink. I'm taking me a bath this evening. And get up there and work on this motherfucking roof.
Dishes on the moon.
If I can't wash once I'm done, I'm gonna beat you up. With fucking poopers full again. You think you got fuzz in your head now? I will kill you. Get in, sugar. That's right. Bite his dick.
She eat babies. She's just little little babies. Oh, kisses.
Fuck. Here, so you don't have to look at my forehead. With the empty threats. I'll tell you what. If we'd have got towed today, I think I might have got arrested for simple assault.
I didn't even throw it, Shug. What are you doing?
I was in the mindset. I gave him fair warning. If we get pulled over today, I am whooping your ass right on the spot. Fucking front of cops and God and everybody. So we're safe back home. I still consider whooping that ass.
The babies.
I think this is a result of me not spanking him enough when he's young, but it's never too late, right? Howdy, Jose.
No. I stolen you. Oh, here. She get the babies. I got her stolen. I got you. I did. It's not even over there. Oh, dear.
See, Judy agrees it's never too late to beat your baby. Hashtag save Seamus.
What interesting thing right here. It's a little baby. Oh, she's just little baby. Oh, she's little. She's little sugar babies.
No, we're getting her belly rub on. Poor kid.
Oh, oh, he's getting more love than you, apparently.
Oh, Gifford.
She's just a baby. Her wants your rope. Her needs the rope. She's on my rope.
Yeah, she loves to play fetch. She is fucking fast. Fucking nimble and quick. Damn dog. Yeah, she's definitely still a puppy, but
Constant sugar rush.
look at the fucking size of her. She's big as fucking Piff. And she acts like an idiot.
He's got a constant sugar rush. She's like, in my way. In my way, that's my rope.
Now they're playing tug of war. That's their favorite game, tug of war. They'll drag each other across the RV with that shit. Hi, Tanya. Well, Seamus turns 21 here in a couple of days. I'm going to take him to Butch's because I understand it's the diviest bar around. And have him at some point bail me out. Come on. Daddy's fixing to get fucked up. I think that's what we'll be doing Wednesday night anyway.
I do way heavier.
His birthday is on Tuesday, the day 1,000 generals are meeting in Quantico. Nothing to see there
Nothing.
at all.
Don't see that.
Fuck that. Don't even
Don't look
look.
at that.
Don't even look.
Nope. Sounds like a perfect day to get drunk.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Even the war zone generals are expected to attend. Like, damn, that's normal as fuck.
Everyone needs to go to this place.
Oh yeah, Russia declared war on all of NATO and specifically us. I don't know. I doubt if they use nukes. Wait a minute. Wait. Seem to remember some old fucking crazy. He stood down as top senatorial Republican under Jim Davis, North Carolina, because of a plot to civil unrest and killed off 3/4 of us in a nuclear fashion. Nothing you see is going to de-escalate, folks. I hope we've come to an understanding on that. Because tomorrow, I could just about guarantee you, if you did a full circle right now and looked around, everything you're looking at will be just a little bit more tomorrow than it was today. I've been saying it for years, and it's been true for years. I ain't stopping until Ra passes us by.
Terracop's getting a little bit thicker, weather's getting a little bit more.
Oh yeah,
weird.
you should see the bow
going
shot.
crazy a little bit more.
You should see Sparky's fucking nighttime sky. It's no longer nighttime, it's weird time.
What the fuck is this time?
All of a sudden the sky's real bright at night. Putting off waves of energy. It's like,
What the fuck is this?
little fucking swirly rainbows and shit at night. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Sparky? He says that is not normal. That's what he said. I was like, okay, I just wondered. It's been growing brighter and brighter, just a little bit, every day. Kind of like that bow shock.
Are you sure it's not normal? Are you sure?
Dude, that fucking planet got some bow shock on that motherfucker. All the time now. It's just right there, big old bow shock in your ass. Literally.
Nothing to see here. Shuts down his one.
Oh, they've got Iswald shut down. You got to go down into the fucking real-time archives.
Depths of the internet.
They're literally downloading it frame by frame, and it's only a couple of frames, maybe every 6 fucking hours right now in Iswald. It's they're definitely they're retarding the feed, or they're just having problems. I think they're probably having problems because
problems are just getting that bad.
yeah, as I understand, half fucking Elon's satellites went down again. So
I wonder if there's a planet up there.
the sun is killing the satellites. Yes.
The magnetosphere behind us.
Which one was speaking of? Which sun do you speak of?
Which one? Is it soul or do you mean Ra?
This one time at band camp, we traveled around to a whole bunch of wisdom holding tradition specialists for many tribes. Told them craziest story about a 3-sun system. Crops dying because it's too bright at night, because that blue spectrum sun is translated to an ultraviolet sun. And we can't see it, but the plants can. So therefore the plants were dying. And 9 times out of 10, out of 300 and some tribes, they'd look me square in the eye and say, oh my God, that makes sense. And now they're building greenhouses across the nation. It's beautiful here. What's up, Em? How you doing? Welcome to Casper. I didn't have to fucking convince anybody. I did get to show them Raw and such because once I told them what was going on, they made sense of it real fast. They of course they wanted to look at the pictures I had. They wanted to see what else I knew. It was a good trip. Took us 2.5 years. Fuck. And we didn't even stay long. A lot of them, just an hour or so. But driving back and forth 32,000 miles. And sometimes we'd spend a whole day at a tribe with their council or whatever. And then fucking. I expected more. Oh, you're fucking crazy, because that's all I get off of the online, or when I'm talking to somebody white. I get that a lot. Yeah, people are starting to notice things. It's to that point that even the sheep are looking around, being like, "Hey, wait a minute, nothing's adding up." It does actually add up if you have a clue as to what's going on. It makes perfect sense that we're here today in this exact situation. It makes perfect sense. I get it. I know a lot of you do too, of course. I mean, fuck, you've been living this with me for years, including you, Em. I'm seeing a lot of old faces turn back up and say hi because, you know, I've been describing this day since I stood down in 14. That's 11 years ago. I've touched that message to millions of people now. I'd imagine you could start seeing where we're at in time by now. I mean, and even me, I gotta be, and I always have been straight honest. I still hope. Um, I know I'm not, but I hope I'm wrong. I wouldn't mind blowing glass until the day I die, but I get the feeling that's just not going to be in my future here, because there will be no society as we know it. Everything's changing. Hmm?
What website do you do that for the Iswagyu?
It's on the Geospace IR. It's the top choice. Read it to me. Real-time gallery. That's what it's called. It's in geospace. It's in the geospace category. On this.
Space.com?
No, it's ISWAP, dude.
Oh, ISWAP. Still in ISWAP?
Yeah. Still in ISWAP. They just hit it. And they took down the live feed. They put it into a live gallery. And they're giving you frames. They're probably picking through some and just putting out the mild ones if they're getting any more than what they actually are showing. But what they're showing is way good enough to know what's going on.
I mean, it's constant at this point, to be fair.
Yeah, it's constant. It's just how
I'm
hardcore
sure there's
is it? at
insane
some point?
points in there.
That's, yeah,
They're just gonna show the fucking regular shit, but the regular shit's already phenomenal.
yes,
At this point.
exactly. That's what I'm seeing. I'm also seeing potential rain over there, and I don't really want to strip my fucking roof back.
Geospace?
Yeah, it's in geospace category. RT Gallery.
Retired.
Yeah, they retired all of ISWAP. RT, yeah, that's your real-time gallery. Mm-hmm. You walk it back from 2 hours 4:06 to 12:24, and you'll get like 5 frames. And there's that bow shop right behind us. That's a big magnetosphere. It is a very large magnetosphere behind us. And it's unfucking mistakable what it is. Especially if you've been watching it for 3 years. Sneak up to this point. You can see where it is.
And now it's just straight up interference.
Yeah, now it's just fucking straight up in our fucking wake of our bow shock, causing it to have a bow shock. And it's
Just sitting there.
fucking crazy to watch. It's just crazy to watch. I can't believe Mr. Meteorologist all over the world ain't talking about what the fuck. But a lot of them, of course, don't have, Jonathan to clue him into how the hell he found the active site on ISWA, because they retired the whole fucking series of monitors. Obviously, they got at least one satellite up there plugging away, but it's only sending, you can only pull about 1 frame every couple of hours off of ISWA. That seems to be about what you're getting. It's good enough, quite a dynamic over the day.
We still see the whole
But yeah, exactly. There's still a very steady constant that body behind us don't move. No matter what the charge is doing, you can see that body with the bow shock behind us.
Interfering our own magnetosphere.
Yeah, we're almost to trumpet day. When Ra comes flying by. Great and terrible day of the Lord, they call it in the Bible. When the sky will part and you will see the heavenly host, and everybody that blamed man for all this shit will now curse God's name. It's how they wrote it in the script. I see a bunch of motherfuckers out there blaming man. Oh, it's cow farts, and my SUV is terrible. Warming the globe.
All this carbon emissions.
Now, Ra and Horus, those 2 other suns they don't tell you about, those motherfuckers are warming our globe. Matter of fact, they're warming the fucking solar system, Pluto, in its orbit for next 100 fucking years, heading away from the sun. And it's all of a sudden getting warmer. How does that add up? This fucking Atlas is throwing a tail at the sun. Scientists can't explain it. It must be off-gassing.
Nope.
No. It's another solar wind. Duh. That's why it woke up before it hit the fucking heliosphere over there. Or the fucking, was it the heliopause? Where the comets will run into the solar wind about Mars and start to light up. This motherfucker was out by Jupiter, started lighting up. It already been lit up, but it started getting bright. And they noticed the tail, amateurs could tell the tail was pointing at the sun. It became a question. Because there was too many eyes on it.
The sun and the UV spectrum you can't fucking see.
And they started coming up with all these goddamn stupid scientists are baffled shit. It must be outgassing. We don't understand. It's an interstellar visitor. We can't go off of what we've seen before. God knows, maybe physics works differently. No. It doesn't. People lie. Physics doesn't. You know why the comet's tail's pointing at the sun? Because there's a stronger sun blowing it. That they ain't telling you about. That just knocked in fucking 11 other fucking comets and asteroids out of the asteroid belt as it's rolling in with its fucking other planets and shit that ain't creeping up this. God knows. I know there's one within lunar distance has been there for a while and it just keeps getting closer and closer. And to this point, it's fucking in our bow shock. Motherfucker done grew its own bow shock. There's no doubt what that is that you're looking at. I just did it. And it's the same thing with Sparky Sky. It's getting brighter every day. It's spooky bright. It's like, damn, motherfucker, look at this shit. Fuck. It's sending out rainbows at night across the horizon and shit. Little wispy. UV tendrils of light flying around. Ultraviolet blue spectrums everywhere. They didn't get this close to just turn around and go back where they came from. There's one behind us, there's one behind our sun. Just like in the picture on the wall. It's just like that. It's amazing how accurate they drew it, so I can understand it to this day. You have a good one too, Jamie. Good to see you, brother. Tell your mama I said hi. Yeah, I think I'm gonna forego peeling the roof back right at the moment because that cloud looks fucking ugly over there. And it's kind of blowing this way. Wait to see what this afternoon looks like. What time is it? It's still early. Yeah, it is.
12.
It's almost 12. I gotta cut off the feed here anyway. Go in there, fucking price my shit. Sit there, get the shop cleaned up, prepped up, fucking warmed up. For the next hour or so.
But it says it's
Yeah, well, it looks like more than just cloudy to me. I've been watching it. What do you think, Ito? Snap time? That's what I'm getting from you. All right, everybody, we're safe at home. I'm gonna cut the feed, put on some Pandoras, rock out. We'll probably do Sunday. I might even do a fucking sunset run. I've been working. I've been doing what I do. Ain't nothing changed. Still looking at shit. Russia's fucking warning. We're in World War III already. Russia's being very forward about it. So's NATO, of course. Charlie seems to be maybe part of the catalyst that's going to start the Civil War. One, it wouldn't, well, of course, I mean, you know, the Mossad's probably going to be shown up involved in this. And funny, I'm betting you Kirk's this whole exposure will be tying in the Epstein shit to this because there's child trafficking involved, like it or not. I'm just gonna say that much. Like I said, I do what I do. I've been looking. Doing well, Cassie. How are you doing? And there's some of the same people involved. There's military involved with the whole his partner thing. Um, RFK in this whole Myrna thing. Myrna. Um, that's kind of funny. I see the Democrats, of course. What I've noticed about this whole thing is it's about who can win over the other. About everything. Who farted, whose fart stunk the worst. You know, it doesn't matter. It's a red and blue thing. Doesn't matter what the fucking red or blue do. It's like they want to make it a red and blue thing, which, of course, is the name of the game. They still have people fooled into believing they have a voice in the election of the president, when it's actually in the Constitution that we clearly do not have a voice. Some people feel like they do because they get to mark a check. But if they actually read that book, they were waving around in top of the head talking about stolen elections. They would see very clearly clearly states every 4 years the states will gather and select a third party named the Electoral College in this point that is solely, listen to language, sole responsibility for electing the vice president and president of the United States regardless of the popular vote. Period. Very importantly, there's a period there. So you have no voice. You can tell me where in that language it gives you a voice, and I'll listen. I got news for you. You do not elect your president. You never have since the Constitution was fucking drafted. We never have. Since the fucking electoral, there was something before the electoral college. I can't think of it right now. It's not always been the electoral college, but there's always been a third party that has the sole responsibility. They've hidden why, of course, in ancient 200-year-old fucking cursive writing. It began with the treaty again in 16 or 1814, just after they burned down the White House because we went into Canada. Some people call it the French and Indian War. They don't really talk about that one very much because we lost. We kind of called it a draw, but where we lost was the crown held the rights to our finance, which basically got them in the door. And then many banker acts later in 1872, they signed the D.C. Organic Act, which sounds cool. But what that does is it literally contracted us to the Crown of Vatican as the Crown Vatican D.C. Corporation and named the Knights of Malta. Now, if you look up, instead of just listening to what I say, if you look up Knights of Malta, you'll see that it's the Catholic warring arm of the church. And we've been the world enforcer since World War I and II. Balfour Declaration, written in to basically give the Hebrews or the Jews their, well, to be more specific, the Zionists, because they're not really Jews. They're Zionists. To explain why you see a Hebrew person, the hat, everything, cardboard sign talking about down with Zionism. A lot of Americans have it in their head, like, why do they hate themselves? It's not at all a Republican-Democrat thing, actually. See, the Nationalist Party of Germany married the Zionist Party in Germany and became the Nazi Party. Now we know what they did to the Hebrews. They didn't do that to the Zionists, they did that to the Hebrews. After World War II, and Hitler was funneling all the money they took off of the Hebrews to the crown, the Queen was like, I don't care if he takes the UK as long as he honors the crown, raking in the money, puts that money into Palestine, they form Israel. Just like the Vatican wrote. Literally made it happen. Israel will be occupied by Jews that are not Jews. Sounds like a script to me because the United States of America literally aided the Crown and Vatican, the authors, King James, the authors of that fucking book, make it come true because they knew what was coming. They were bunkers. I was fooling myself, believing I had figured something out that my government didn't have a clue of. And I went after way more research and documentation than I needed to do, of course. Reported this to the senator who I had been advising for several years. For you new people, I authored the Davis hemp bill that forced federal legalization of fucking hemp, set precedents in 2014. When there was no legal anything, it became the North Carolina Farm Bill. I did that. The first unanimous decision in North Carolina's history against the federally implemented core curriculum. I did that. I can be traced to both legislations. I can also probably be traced to prosecution of the state superintendent. There's a gathering on that. I didn't prosecute her. Some people confuse, did you have a law degree? Why? I'm the investigator. Lawyers use me to find things to help with their litigation. I'm not a lawyer, never have been, although I do know law pretty good. Some law. All laws differ. And even from state to state, depending on what laws. Anyway, I know law. I know law. Law is because you're incorporated in the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. And that was done in 1872 and it's been banker acted on up to this day. 180 nations understand very clearly that we live in a multiple sun system. Our planet has tilted. It used to rotate this way, being ecliptic. Now we're never changed motion. It was the angle of the angle that changed because we had a magnet come and grab us. And it's been getting bigger and stronger every year as the polar vortex, a clockwise sustained rotation on the northern hemisphere. Okay, so half of you don't understand the significance of that. Half of you do. And you're thinking to yourself right now, oh damn, that's right. Yeah, all our storms up north are supposed to be fucking counterclockwise. This motherfucker's been rolling in a clockwise manner for fucking 15 years. As your moon used to rise wax and set wax, it's now rising wax and setting wane because we fucking tilted, making the sky roll. It ain't just it's a damn Big Dipper and the galactic center is doing this now. The galactic plane used to traverse. It doesn't do that. It flips. It's pointing in the wrong direction. All you gotta do is look. It's because we tilted. And it wasn't cow farts. The fucking polar vortex is getting bigger and stronger every year because the sun that grabbed us is getting closer, for God's sake. It's getting warmer. And the plants are dying and burning. I can't help it. I wouldn't be me if I didn't say it. Fucking duh. Look around.
Your night sky gets brighter.
I am Captain fucking Obvious. These are things you should have noticed. Yeah, the sky's getting brighter. There's all kinds of flags around. You got a sun and a moon. On a moonless night, why the fuck are you able to walk around like you can fucking see something? Oh, you can answer that. What the hell is that on the northeast sky?
You have blue eyes.
When the sun's setting, and all of a sudden it's rising in the fucking east. The fuck is that? What is two rainbows of two different color spectrums? You got a Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. That's white light. By definition, white light ain't red light. Red light is going to give you a completely different spectrum. It's going to be bigger red, yellow, and maybe a little bit of green. I've seen a little bit of green in the top. It's not Roy G. Biv, is it?
Then you got your UV rainbow.
Then you have the blue rainbow, the ultraviolet rainbow. If you look at the red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, violet rainbow, you'll notice on the bottom of it, there's another indigo violet. It doubles the last two visible spectrum rows of the ultraviolet spectrum. It doubles it on the rainbow. Rainbow is Roy G. Biv, not Roy G. Biv-Iv. But now it is. So you tell me where I'm wrong. That's the base of science. It's called empirical evidence. You take a picture of a rainbow, you submit it in the court recognizes that as white light. It is the standard of evidence spectrum. Pay attention to your surroundings. and you're going to see very clearly you're fucking surrounded by three sources of light. One is white, one is red, one is blue. Ultraviolet, blue spectrum, Kachina, with the angry red brother of South American Horus, the red angry destroyer for good. Son, they're not gods. They're not mythical. They're killing your plants. And they had to kill the herds because there was no fucking grain to feed them. Don't we remember these things? During Rona, they were rolling them out the fucking chute. And then, what, Ukraine war, they started blaming for the grain shortage. Had to humanitarianly kill off the chickens. And the fucking egg prices went up. And everybody's standing around a year later. Why are your eggs so expensive? Because you don't fucking pay the goddamn attention to nothing, that's why. If you're asking yourself why are eggs so expensive, you just watch them kill off tens of millions of fucking chickens and cows. Why do you think it's so fucking expensive, $5 for a fucking pound of hamburger if you're doing good? Are you fucking kidding me? A little fucking roast cost you $50. They don't have cows like they used to. They're coming out and saying that. We're at a 70-year low in cattle numbers. Do they tell you why? They already did. There was a grain shortage. And it wasn't the Ukraine war. And it wasn't the butcher getting sick. How could I predict the butcher getting sick? Because I said we're going to be locked down on this day. And then 2 weeks later to the day, we're going to have a food shortage they cannot explain in the grocery store. I didn't expect it, honestly, to affect Wendy's. But Wendy's couldn't sell beef in certain locations because the butcher got sick. Remember that? On the day I said, is that a coincidence the butcher got sick on the day I said we were going to have? It's because we drove through hundreds of miles of dead fucking GMO crops. And I was like, what the fuck? Every now and again you drive by a cornfield and you see the outer layers got some shit. Corn, all of it. 2 foot tall dead. We would stop the car, walk around. Look at this fucking shit. Hundreds of miles of this shit. From fucking La Junta to Denver. For 3 years. So I, growing concerned, decided I needed to look at the fucking production and consumption rates of our GMO crops, and was starting to look at cows getting killed off. I was like, oh shit. Here we go. And I made it. I'm pretty good at math. It wasn't prophecy. It was observation. Deduction. I wasn't wrong. A lot of people started calling me stupid shit. I ain't your Jesus. I ain't no fucking prophet. I was the senator's top advisor. I told him what I figured out. He said, yeah, would you like a bunker for your son? I was like, no. He's like, you'll be safe. We're going to kill off 3/4 of the population. They won't be able to infiltrate our bunkers because they're going to be dead. See, that made it worse for me. I'm not a fucking rat. I'm not going to hide in a hole and let the rest of humanity fucking suffer and not know. That would guarantee me a spot in motherfucking hell, I'll tell you that right now, if there was one. I wouldn't want to be talking to my creator knowing what I did. Maybe that's why Jesus is such a popular dude. They need a lawyer to talk to Dad. Motherfuckers, you're getting the belt. I'll tell you that right now. Man the fuck up. Tell what you know. I think it's a little late to fucking question what I know. Everything I said happened. Except for the nuking yet. We haven't been nuked. I said 2 weeks at any point. Well, now we're fucking literally officially in war. Fucking Tuesday we're having every general in the United States Armed Forces cruise out to Quantico, which never happened. Doesn't happen. Including the fucking people in active war zones will be expected to attend. And what's going to happen? In the end of this, Russia, China, North Korea is going to simultaneously nuke us because of the Ukraine war, South Chinese Sea, and just because of the fuck they can. Just like I said in 14, just like I've been saying every day since. Except the days that don't do videos. But I do say that to people, and I never stop saying it. It's the truth. So that's why I stood down. Strike when the cheeks is warm. Well, that's the thing. They need civil unrest. What's up, bro? They need civil unrest to make the script happen. We're supposed to be in civil war when we get new. It's just, invasion. We're gonna have fun right here in America. Mystery Babylon, so to speak. Rome's gonna burn. We're gonna take the brunt of it. Here's the thing, which I think is probably the hardest sell that I have, unless you really understand. We live in a three system. These fuckers knew. They dug these bunkers. There's 180 nations that are hand in hand in this. World War III is a show. It's an excuse to kill you so you can't get into their bunkers. They never dug the first bunker for fucking World War III. That's not what those bunkers were dug for. World War III is to keep you out of the bunkers. See? Now, that is the long and the very short of the version that I have. And a lot of people don't like that. I don't like it. That's why I stopped it being the top advisor to a fucking Republican senator actively during the height of fucking my ability to bend the things into a better fucking channel. I legalized CBD flower. Nobody had CBD flower, hemp legal anywhere. Helped legalize fucking weed. I left Glenn's state the first time with Seamus when he was 12 after making it literally legal for only seizure kids under the age of 18 to medicate with THC in the state of goddamn Texas. Spike the fucking football? Yes, I did that damn near fucking single-handedly because I found out, unlike everywhere else that we were legalizing, Texas legislators decide on these ballot measures. It isn't up to Glenn. That brought me down to 13 motherfuckers I needed to talk to that day, that month, because I had been out there trying to rally voters. Somebody told me, you don't have to do that. You got to deal with the legislators. Every one of us could say, yeah, they'd say no. I'm like, hold my beer. And I put on a letterhead, because I had already formed a chapter of normal, and they gave me a bunch of fucking paper to work with. I know they didn't know what I was doing. They're a lawyer group that benefits off of it being illegal because they're defense lawyers. So, I don't think they would have approved. Truly, I don't think they would have approved. I never asked. I was head of a chapter in Galveston, Texas, and I put it in writing to each one of those members about CBD needing THC to activate the anti-seizure when they had come back at me with, well, CBD's legal, because it had already, been made legal. Farm bills. Anyway, I was like, well, that's nice, but it won't work to stop seizures. You need that catalyst to catalyze the CBD. It changes it, and then it's a good seizure medication at that point. And they know this. It's a proven medical fact. Many of doctors will tell you it's the best anti-seizure medication known to mankind. And it could also, one of the things we won medical on in California before it was even studied, I mean, they found the cancer curing, the tumor shrinking cannabinoid that that works on the most deadly virulent childhood cancer. It's like, man, they found that. They found it a couple months ago. Big old newsletter spread about it. It was after Trump was actually elected, so it's only been a couple of months. So they finally found the elusive cannabinoid that shrinks the tumors. But we knew that because we had been getting it to people for nausea treatment during their chemo. And all of a sudden, higher averages started coming clean. Way higher averages of people started coming clean by using the RSO. And everybody, that's a household name now, Rick Simpson oil. Anyway, I had an awful lot of influence politically, and I gave all that up because they planned on killing you, and I couldn't change that. My only recourse was to come out and stand around the corner with a fucking cardboard sign giving you very specific instructions. I don't leave you with the end is near. You're actually the difference in this situation, so please do start acting like it. I've made many videos, posted them on my page over there, and I suggest you go look at them. It's, what could go wrong, Glenn? I hope everything goes well that day for the generals in general. Obviously, it's going to be a briefing of some sort and a weeding out of others. There's going to be an event. People's going to die. And those that died obviously didn't sell out. This is when things change for us. So, what are they going to do? I don't know. No idea. Hell, we may have a limited exchange or some shit by then. But this is a definite turning point. Me too, Glenn. I find it very exciting that I can actually manipulate matter, material, with the field emanating from human hands. And we have the ability to allow Creator to conduit between he and somebody that needs help. We can put a super focus of his energy right on the injured area, and Creator so wills it you be getting some goosebumps, and that person's going to feel better. That is just the best part of being human, I think, is understanding that we actually have a magnet. It is our soul. It's very individual from our neighbors. However, they need to intertwine and fucking make each other stronger, because that's what good magnets do. It would make life a lot simpler, a lot less confusing. There'd be a lot less baffled scientists.
Why are they all baffled?
Because they're trying to make, either they understand, because I mean the muon, dude, that what Polly found that the fucking CERN thing had definitively found the muon, the magnet, in every atom. And it's a thing in physics. It's a magnetic moment of atoms. If every atom has a magnet, and every magnet interacts with other magnets instantaneously at a distance, where do you think that string came from? Instant reaction at a distance is the whole confusing thing about fucking quantum mechanics. Stop being confused. Sit down for a minute. Calm the fuck down. Think about a magnet in each atom.
Starts to make sense.
All right? Feeling better about shit now? Because you're entangled with every atom in existence. And if you understand that process, or if you understand that, figuring out that process is going to be the next logical solution, I would think. Right? So let's do that. How amazing are you? We've just begun this journey. And I've already described things that I would not believe 5 years ago. Fuck you, you're an idiot. You didn't help nobody lose their pain. That's just coincidence, time after time after time after time. You didn't communicate with no baby. You didn't make a plant dance. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. I'm like, you didn't feel 8 foot down and say there's a fucking pit down there. I think we're going to fucking find an opening. It wasn't an opening. I was wrong.
Found a whole bunch of pure
But
silica.
It wasn't rocks and dirt. It was a fucking work pit. It was massive.
Something you'd felt before.
Science backs it up even. Now, they did a 4-year study with instrumentation, manipulating matter with field emanating from the human hand, done by scientists that were probably baffled a little bit. I don't know. Maybe they had some insight going into the experience. I don't know that story. I know the technical data that came out and their conclusions. We're not wrong. Neither was that fucking wall in fucking that we can all read now. What's Mama doing with her hands? Rebelling. Same thing. the working model for the human body, the extension of Earth herself. You, Stewart. What's another property of magnetism, Glenn? Inheriting each other's strengths. Resonant frequency magnets. The resonant frequency going to inherit Earth's strength and be shield too. That's what physics demands of magnetics.
Hello, Moto.
It's a potential spam.
I don't like that. Why can't I see the rest of the chat history?
Oh.
It's fucking weird. I can't see any chat history.
They got a whistle, all right. They say it's pheromones. I think they have a different communication. You know, what's funny? All these crazy people running around reading that Jesuit order fucking book. The original Jesuit there, Constantine, he saw these Abrahamic tales from Ur. He was like, let's do something with this. He twisted it. These motherfuckers go around talking about that shit. Like, if they only read the original, right? I mean, at that point, they would understand fully that our old language, we could communicate with the whole planet because their Yahweh had a problem with that. And he decided that that which gives us our strength, gives us our life, thus cannot be separated, therefore we must divide them. Their language, they can communicate with the entire planet, plant and animal, rock and mother herself. They had a great fear of us because they forgot, of course, that they are amazing too. We're scared the fuck out of them, loving each other, loving our position in creation. There was no baffled scientists. We were drawing in the laws of physics and a language that'll never change.
I can't see chat history beyond Glenn's second to last message. I can only conclude either glitch or YouTube deleted it. I said, you probably should be able to.
Yeah, something's going on with that.
You can't either. I'll tell you, glitch or just YouTube's decided to fuck your entire conversation. I think YouTube decided it was
too exciting
magnetic.
of a conversation, too magnetic. We're talking about magnets over here, Glenn. They don't want us being able to scroll back to see what you did. Stack magnets, baby. And that's pretty simple. It's very basic ABC of magnetics. It's the first laws of magnetics you will learn if you look at magnets. They're instantaneously reactive to each other at a distance, and they inherit each other's strengths. You being a living, walking, talking magnet, possess magnetic properties, yet you have a brain that governs the way you interact with your magnet and your soul interface in that heart sac around your heart, which is a nerve bundle of memory and emotions. And it controls every function your heart does. Why would somebody want to do harm to that? They wrote that in the mark of the beast, didn't it? Because that's your ability to communicate with the creation and creator. Duh. It's your ability to harmonize your magnet with every other magnet around you, including Earth's, every atom in existence that has a muon in it. These aren't just words coming out of my mouth. This is known, established physics of a magnet. Magnets can repel. My foot is much more efficient at making things move than my hand. More force coming out of here. That's why Jeebus wasn't hand walking across the fucking water. Handstanding on the water. He was walking. Magic carpet my ass. Magnets repel. Looking into actual history, see, look at that. It's getting closer. I told you it looked like rain. I'm smart. Looking back in history, you'll clearly see in India when the crown went through, murdering everybody, much like they did over here recently. They would take the gurus that were teaching levitation and burn them at the stake for witchcraft. It wasn't the people they were trying to murder, it was the information they were trying to kill. Same as over here. It's why all the wisdom holders look at me square in the eye. Where did you get that information? And I never understood that strong of an emotional response from them until it hit me why only certain people have that information. Because that information is very dangerous to have. And it could mean the lives of their tribe. If their tribe had that information. So one is held responsible for it. Or two or three parts of it. So of course it came off suspicious that I come in talking some of their deepest secrets. They wanted to know where I got it. Well, the only thing I could tell them is I did my homework. And I read your God's actual words. And I didn't take them as myth. That fucker repelled. I repelled it. What can I say? How you doing, Conspiracy? Rapture passed you by? We all got passed by on that one. Hi, Brenda. I'm going to say it again. I'm sure some of you have heard this probably several times over the years. I would not want to be part of the rapture. The rapture sounds awful suspiciously like many stories across the world. One being a native tale about the day the brothers flew into the sky. Some stayed, some didn't. Some fell off the planet at the speed of gravity. How uptight do you have your magnet when the actual polarity changes because we have latched on to the blue sun? you might want to have a relaxed magnet and a love for your position in nature, because I have a sneaky suspicion if you don't, you're going to be repelled off of this planet about the speed of gravity. Makes perfect physics sense. Yeah, I think it's that, because it's described very clearly in several old legends. And we know about those legends, don't we? They seem to be based in real hardcore, multi-ton, jade-feathered serpents and huge monolithic fucking pyramidals up in Michigan, under 3 foot of 20,000 year old sediment, which dates it 3 times older than Göbekli Tepe just by the sediment on top of what we dug up.
And yet there's trinitite on it.
And there's trinitite from the Ottawa very clearly described War of the Gods that caused the fucking huge explosive burying of everything around it. And let me ask you this. After looking at the USGS and all this and all that, and understanding that we built these mountains, what do you think created the Great Lakes? That's right. Weapons. In the fucking War of the Gods. Duh! There was no goddamn glacier that flattened out Canada. We've been lied to. They gotta come up with fucking stories to explain everything. For example, even if we had glaciers, the actual description and animation they have for the Hastings, Michigan region on USGS shows a donut over the Hastings region for thousands and thousands of years as the glaciers come up to the area and go all the way down into Ohio. That donut stays exactly where it is over the Hastings region. The glaciers never touched it, and that's the way they literally make an excuse of why the topography is the way it is there. I'm like, watching it, I'm like, this is a lie. There's no way a mile thick fucking ice cube slipped its way all the way down to fucking Ohio and remained a donut over Hastings, fucking Michigan. Sorry. Try again.
That's just how ice works.
Yeah. Mama's shaking off some fleas. She knows our hearts. You know one thing, Glenn, I can tell we're coming to the very time we've been waiting on. Push the button and all that. Because as we've said over the years, you know, this information, you don't need me, you don't need my name, you don't need to ever mention me. Learn the physics, understand the fucking drawings, and off you go. And we saw a lot of people do that. I've never even heard from probably most of the people that did that, because of the whole situation of who I am and what happens to some of the people that are on this channel. I could imagine being quiet. Well, not me. But I knew towards the end we'd see a lot of old friends. What else they gonna do? They're gonna come back and say hi, because this is where everybody started hanging out in the corner. How could they not come back when the time's right? None of this is coincidence. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I'm happy to see old faces showing up. I've seen Doc Jelly. I've seen Rebel recently. Yeah, poking around. Yeah, I'm just over here fucking repeating myself. You know, after a certain point, it's just me trying to explain the moon doing a cartwheel 15,000 different ways, and why it's not okay. So, I I I've said it since the beginning. I'm not here to fucking entertain. I'm here to help make very clear to people information that I got. And if you get the information, you go off and you do your own homework. You get into your own thing. It's a good thing to get off the interweb. That's what this is about. I haven't been on the interweb much. I've been doing my thing. It's that time. I've held hands, I've made the videos, I've warned and warned and warned. I moved out of my home and traveled the nation, put everything I've been into this to warn people. I'm continuing to warn people and talk to people, but I'm also taking time to bust out a bunch of class and take some time off, dance and sing, not have to worry about trolls or anything. Just, having a normal day, because there's not going to be many left. Enjoy them. Enjoy them. Very hard times are coming. The only way you can truly prepare for what's coming is to get to understand that information that they kept from us that has been revealed and put it in your own hands. Your lawyer quit. You're the difference now. You were designed to be a steward. Even you Abrahamics understand those words. You've never understood how. I hand you the how. And if you can't embrace Mother Earth as first creation, a living being of your creator, then you're in fucking trouble. That's all I got for you. You may want to do some deep soul searching. Think about it. Nice, Daddy. How you doing, Amy? I can't. I'm over here laughing. I'm like, I kind of wish you did at 30 years. Yeah, fuck, man. Sorry, we don't. They've been literally testing the air sirens all day here. I heard this eerie hum, and I got to listen. I'm like, it's not a hum. It's the fucking air sirens going off downtown. And they did it again when we pulled into Wally World. What's up, Mo? How you doing? I'm happy you got a house. And a wife. That's good. Just don't let her take the house, man. So I've heard that story too. It's been a while. How are you doing there, Frida? Good to see you. Yeah, sometimes emotions become an issue when dealing with the fairer sex, and they can't get beyond the emotion of it, and they don't want to hear it. And it's like, well, have a good day. Anymore, that's all I got. I just, they don't want to know. I ain't gonna fucking force information down someone's fucking throat. It ain't coming out of me like that. Somebody wants to know, they'll ask. I tell you, of late, I got a lot to show. Sparky keeps sending me nighttime pictures of his sky, and I'm like, dude. Then I'm looking at this wall, like, dude, look at last month and this month. Fucking that bow shock hasn't left. It hasn't backed off. Yep, we're all a little bit crazy here. Man, Glenn, this whole Charlie Kirk thing's gonna explode right into a Epstein event. I'm telling you. I don't know the details, but I see shit holding because I see a lot of connections with military child trafficking, Charlie's partner, and Israel. And I'm all like, oh god damn it! It was a setup. Like I said, that there were signals given. Even the FBI is talking about. Well, we got stuff that we're looking because it's a little suspicious. Eh, But it's a fucking patsy, of course. But, the shot came in from a fucking wrong direction for that kid to be hitting him. Well, what kills me about the narrative is how people can get lost in it with us older people running around having lived our child and young adulthoods watching Donald Trump literally diddle little kids and fucking walk around fucking judging them naked and back of his fucking hoopty talking in public and how he's the owner of the pageant, of course he can do that. And it's like, well, goddamn. Yeah, it was different in the 80s and 90s. He said so himself just fucking yesterday. I've been saying it for a while. It was a different time in the 90s. That shit was literally in the fucking newspapers. Billionaire, fucking playboy billionaire Donald Trump. Here with Jeffrey Epstein, his new wife that he left Marla Maples for when she turned 18. Your current First Lady. I mean, I don't know what else you want. But, I mean, it's not like... And then for him to say it's a Democrat fucking thing, and I'm all like, well, wait a minute. So we just went through, what, 2 Democratic presidencies since this thing began. They held all that information until he was president. Expect him to expose it. That whole conspiracy theory makes sense. And then you see the videos and the pictures and the fucking, it's years and years and years of him and Epstein all over the world. They weren't just friends. He was helping him. Our president is he is a rapist. He was found liable and made to pay money to a woman for raping her. A porn star, for God's sake. Are you fucking kidding me? And these people are backing him just on that fact. It's like, that's a fact. Oh, he wasn't convicted. Are you? When you have money, you can pay a victim off and avoid prosecution. Obviously. That doesn't stand for his fucking innocence. Jesus. People always tell me I hate your politics. I'm like, why do you think I stood down as a fucking top senatorial investigator to Republican fucking Jim Davis? Because I didn't like the politics either. I didn't want my name in it. I'm not a fucking Democrat. For God's sake, they're both working against us. And the moment these fucktards start to fucking get the sniff of that, we win. But they're so bent on beating each other over every topic. Oh, well, we won over the Democrats. We won over the Republicans, regardless if you were right or not. It's like, Jesus. He could literally walk out into the street and blow someone's head off and have half the country cheered him on as long as it was a fucking Democrat. I'm looking at that as a president and as the state of the nation, which I have never dreamed possible to be that low intelligence to act like that. But here we are. It's the normal. It's literally Idiocracy, the fucking movie. I watched that movie. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. They even have a pro wrestler as the president. We have a pro wrestler as the president who's selling you Gatorade for water. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, you got hand signals going on. You got motherfuckers digging out fucking chips out of cameras, standing on the very chair they tackled Charlie out of. If he'd have been hit by a fucking 30-06, he would have face planted. But he didn't. The squib went off and they tackled his ass. They handed the fucking pack off. Away it went. I watched it happen. People had cell phones out recording that shit, of course. And here's the thing, the level of sloppy screams, yeah, it's a setup. It is a staged for us setup. This is going to be exposed. Who did this and why, and it's going to tie into fucking Epstein. I'm telling you. It's going to blow the fucking nation wide open, dude. People are going to go nuts. And it's going to happen in the next few days. It can't be too much longer because we have to be in civil war before the nukes fall. And those fucking nukes are real close. They're shooting down Russian MiGs. Valhalla. Huh. He did say that, didn't he? Well, yeah, he's alive. He's hanging out down there with fucking Jeffrey Epstein, who's definitely walked out of goddamn prison that day. The dead Jeffrey, ear and nose, do not match the living Jeffrey. Your inner ear folds inside your ear do not change just because you've hung yourself. That stands out like a sore thumbprint. Just look at the evidence. Somebody finally showed it recently. I made the video with those side-by-side pictures. I've got them posted on my fucking Facebook timestamp fucking years ago. Like the day after it happened or some shit. I had the autopsy pictures. I was like, oh, this is not looking good. People are going to notice this. Fuck, it took years to even hear someone mention it. Huh. Oh, I believe it exists. Oh, fuck yeah, he's alive. I made a video. I literally made a video. So this dead guy is not Jeffrey Epstein. There's a video on this channel with the footage of his live self and his dead self. And his dead self, the contours of his face, his nose in particular is off. And the inner ear folds that, like, I mean, this shit, completely different. That shit don't change. His did. Yeah, they've seen, some of my videos are actually hard to get to. Yeah, you heard about the MiGs too. Yeah, they not only are they flying around Alaska, they're shooting them down in Poland. And the rest of Europe's being infiltrated. It's exactly like I said it. We got 180 nations, hand in hand, gonna do this. Nobody's mad. They're covering their own asses, making sure we can't infiltrate their bunkers. They're pushing me right to the top, huh? That's interesting. You know, for the cartwheeling moon, John and I still run neck and neck on Google search. People pay top dollar for that privilege on a search engine to show up first and second. It's me and John, cartwheeling moon. That's how many people are talking about it. It's been like that for years. Nobody's talking about it but me and John. No, nobody else is allowed to. So we got a monopoly on that shit. It's fucking awesome. A lot of people have found me literally through that channel of looking it up in Google search, and boop, they found her. There was a sea captain that drives around one of these goddamn cargo ships over here a couple years ago talking about, oh my God, dude, thank you so much. I've never seen him since, but he made sense. He told me, he said, I couldn't figure out why my sextant wasn't matching up with my GPS. Now I get it. Like, here you go, bud. Off he went over the waves.
Spread truth.
I do tend to be pretty accurate with what I try to portray. I had a feeling we'd already be nuked by this point in time. But it looks like they're going to wait until the last goddamn minute. So, yeah, soon. The last thing I got to say is going to happen. But actually, after that, like I said, we're going to see the great, terrible day of the Lord, and I know exactly what that day entails. This Cherenkov radiation is going to part. It's going to look like curtains rolling back, and you're going to see these huge planets around us. It ain't going to be, it ain't going to be the book angel, but planets, to me, are angels. They're first creation. They're closer to Creator than I am. They're way smarter than I am. And see, a few years ago, I would have fucking beat myself up for saying that shit. But it's real. So I understand people not wanting to accept Earth as like a living being, but the fuck she isn't. She's very living. That's her life force is the magnetosphere around us. And its polarity is dictated by the sun we're locked onto. Nothing to do with the fucking core of the Earth. There is no such thing. If there is a core of the Earth, it would be her burning sun on the inside of that bubble that was made. Because when you freeze water around a magnet, it creates an egg-shaped bubble. Therefore, it makes perfect sense why we're on the cosmic egg. For God's sake. They weren't lying to us back in the day. They were being real. And we've been told that it's myth. And it ain't got nothing to do with what we've been. Ra and Horus ain't gods to be worshipped. That's just all there is to it. They were depicting a magnetosphere of a blue sun and the fucking box of a fucking red sun. And we see that in today's instruments, exactly like they're depicted on the wall. That didn't take too much to figure out, did it? You can see it. Yeah, she could, but the thing is, she needs us to live, We have a three-sun system. We have nova events often. Well, I think we all understand that Earth with one magnetosphere ain't gonna live through a fucking nova event unless she has her stewards in a symbiotic relationship with her, breathing her plant farts and adding strength to her magnet in a resonant magnet frequency set. It's physics. You have a magnet in your chest. You're enabled with a Hallback array on each end of your hand. You're uniquely qualified to be the steward you were described to be. It just you were never told how to do that. It's a lot longer than every 100 years. It's more around, I don't know, 12,000 years or so, whatever the long count is. 100 and some thousand years maybe. It's a binary system that goes out by itself and comes back. We're in a trinary system. Those two go out on their own. And it's a long time before one of them comes back. Never in documented history, and I can prove the documentation in raw mapped, has all three suns been here. That's why they fear this time. This is the Great Reset. Sometimes we have Horus come back. Sometimes we have Ra come back. This time we have Ra and Horus. Or Quetzalcoatl and his angry red brother. Whichever way you want to look at it. It's the same thing. Horus is the angry red brother. He is the destroyer for good. He's the god that of all the gods was born a baby out of Earth. A plasmatic eruption out of fucking planet Earth. That's why her scarab holds the red moon. That used to be her moon. And now he's a big old red sun. They drug Kingu here, the name of our moon, after a planetary collision had captured us in this void, the Lagrange point, that holds us onto the sun. Changed our polarity, reversed our spin by accident. There was no magnetic braking like we're witnessing today with our king tides and the atmospheric pressure on us. And soon with the screaming of the trumpets proving we're experiencing magnetic braking. And people are going to take it as a religion experience because they're going to be, oh, where's those trumpets coming from? Electron magnets brought close together and put pressure upon each other cause sparks and fucking metallic fucking resonant sounds. Well, speaking of sounds, one sun sings one tone, three make a chord. That chord is your voice of God, the big reset, and the reason they call this the end of time is also the beginning. Anything outside the right frequency will be removed through that chord. That is your mechanism of the reset, big conflagration, all those names they have for it. That's why they fear this time. The only safe spot is not in their bunkers. It's in the frequency of your own soul, your magnet frequency. Are you embracing the design of Creator? Or are you being a pinhead? See, there is no Jeebus going to speak for you. I can't speak for you. Your mama can't speak for you. You have to be in the right heart set, or you're going to have a very hard day. And you're going to be asked to leave planet Earth at the atomic level. That's got to be tough. You are the master of billions of atoms. You've worked very hard to be a steward, to get to this stage in the creation design. It isn't like you were born with a haulback on accident. There is a purpose for you to be here. Embrace it or be gone. That is the end of it. See, that's what they fear. They've forgotten that they are part of it. There is no antifreeze and sweet message to this. Nobody's going to come and help you any more than yourself embracing what you were designed to be and start being amazing. Well, then it wouldn't act like it does. 300? To answer that, very simply, it would not have the lunar mechanics that it has. It wouldn't do what it does if that were true. Answer me this: if we're flat and our moon used to rise wax and set wax, why is it now all of a sudden doing a cartwheel in the sky? Because you have the moon rolling around us on a paper plate. What mechanics began this bullshit? What confounded the moon? Is the hand of God literally spinning the moon? Couldn't be, because the shadow's spinning with it. It has to be you tilted. Have you ever read the Bible canon? The actual Abrahamic tales? You know, in the cuneiform, it literally says confused. Am I a north hemisphere or a south hemisphere view? Am I a wax? Am I a wane? I don't fucking know, because over the last 12 hours, you've done a goddamn cartwheel, Mr. Moon. You're confused. You're confounded by very definition of the word, which by standard, we set time its fucking self to the moon doing a wax, to a wane, setting wax, rising wane, setting wane, since the dawn of man, and we made a calendar demarking such. And if you look at the actual calendar, you can see which side of the moon should be lit that day. That is how we used to be able to tell what day it was without looking at the calendar. And still should be able to do so. We're taught how to navigate in the U.S. Navy, because they didn't want you getting lost with all those nuclear weapons if your fucking power went out. No. That kind of training. Some of these fucking idiots want to say the moon is fucking lit. If that was true and the moon was the only thing doing a cartwheel, why does the galactic plane no longer do this? It does this with the moon and Orion rising on his back and setting on his face like a winter drunk in the middle of the summer. None of your flat fucking shit works. If you take a plate and lay your eyeball down on the plate, and you take yourself a little flashlight and try to illuminate just half of that plate, the entire time you're doing this, your eyeball never loses track of the fucking flashlight. You can take the flashlight, the sun, and throw it across the galaxy and lay it on the pillow. You can still see the fucking thing if you live on a goddamn paper plate. It doesn't work. The model is bunk, and you are fucking an idiot. And what is wrong with this world today? You let a paper plate outsmart you in public. Go hide in fucking shame. I have no words to describe the level of fucking stupidity you just brought here. Fuck. It's embarrassing for the rest of the humans in the room. Jesus, what the hell is wrong with people? How did we get here? Core curriculum. Thank you. Out of all 50 states, is there any state that made it illegal to dumb down our children? Oh yeah, North Carolina unanimously voted that down because I proved to the fucking Senate beyond the shadow of a doubt it was a bad idea. Where the hell was everybody that was bitching on Facebook? Why couldn't you have done that to your senators? Given a good, articulate example of why it's a bad idea. It's not a hard thing. I made a video, showed you the exact wording and poor punctuation that got it done. Mine. And I still to this day think that the senators looked at it and was like, oh, that poor guy. What a dumbass. He doesn't even know how to conjugate a sentence. Look, he got run on sentence, whole paragraph long, didn't have a period. I was just writing. And we're going to dumb down our kids worse than this. That's why it was unanimously decided on. Did you see what I sent the Senate? For God's sake. And they were like, oh, unanimous decision. I did work my ass off on the fucking hemp bill. Fucking Angel made me rewrite that shit 3 times because I showed her the curriculum and she was like, oh dear God, we need to work on that presentation. And yeah, it only passed 42-2. So I put in all that work for less. But nonetheless, it did pass. Oh, fuck. I know exactly how we got here. Nobody did anything to stop it. Everybody knew somebody was going to help them. Jesus was going to be there. Fucking something. Something other than them getting off their couch and actually doing something and making themselves a spectacle. Because that's what it is. You don't want to be a spectacle for your families, and friends, and all this stuff. And going against the government. Oh, not the government. And there's all kinds of stigmas there, reasons why nobody did anything. But nonetheless, here we are as a result of it. And that's the fact of the matter. We can feel a certain way about a fact, but it's not going to change why we're here. We let it happen. We had to make the house and boat payment. We had way more important things to do as a society. We have the screen to babysit our children. School to educate them. And a child left to those 2 avenues, not enriched with hours of education at home, is going to result in exactly what you're seeing today. Idiocracy on steroids. People are certain that if Trump said to Gatorade for your crops, it would be Gatorade for your crops, man. We'd have the Dust Bowl all the way to the end. They'd follow and cheer for him. You know why? Because he looks good on that podium. He's got that commanding air that he learned in WWE school. I just had a flash of Farva. Where'd you learn that, Rabbit? Drug school? Yeah, WWE school. They literally had to go to school for that. And Trump and Ed McMahon have been doing that since I was a small child. And that's what first drew my eye to Trump. And every time I heard his name since then, it's always stuck with me. I don't like that guy. And he's done a lot. I ain't even started on Newark, New Jersey, and how he burned the whole goddamn town to the fucking ground financially. And it's still ruined to this day because of Trump and his fucking casinos. Single-handedly drove it to the ground, man. He stole his Mar-Lago, the golf, his golf course off of West Palm Beach. He built his house by the West Palm Beach airport under an already established flight path. Sued West Palm Beach for the land that is now his golf course, and they gave it to him to drop the lawsuit instead of spending millions of dollars defending themselves against the billionaire Trump. That is the story of how his golf course became a thing in West Palm Beach. And the people of West Palm Beach, last time I knew, were still very upset about that. But I mean, all my life, he's been doing shit like that. +20 raptures. Fucking daddy, you better straighten up, man. I've seen a few myself. I've never known a single motherfucker to be taken up into it. So don't worry, you're doing all right. Doing as good as I am. It's good to see you, Patrick. People lost their minds like they have over here, Patrick. No, you guys are laughing at us right now. I don't know about laughing. You're probably a little bit more nervous laugh. Never know which way the orange one's going to look. Don't let him look at you. Say something. You have the green berets out after your asses. We're bombing fishermen in Argentina, or Venezuela. My bad. Yeah, he just did the same thing to the White House workers. He fired them, told them they weren't getting paid. They were going to get charged for the damage of the concrete floor. But they had already told it, and it's in the agreement. The big old thing about it, fucking, that's fresh going on now. But he violated the contract of the White House ballroom now. I was like, you're fucking kidding me. This fucking shyster. And, I mean, MAGA's going to support that shit. They cheer. Fucking, fuck them people. They're probably their cousins or some shit. Hard-working people getting fucked over by the president. Like, dude, it's in my name. We're blowing up people on fishing boats. I'm not real okay with that. We're funding and supporting and arming a genocide that the rest of the world is recognizing in my name. And I stood down from these politics. I'm an American, and it's in the fucking anybody that's an American, it's in your name that he's doing these things. Keep that in mind. It ain't Donald Trump. It's a fucking American public that is allowing this to happen, that will take the brunt of the world's grief upon us. While half the nation cheers it on. They're turning Charlie into a liberal action, demonizing half the population over a setup that was meant to do exactly that and divide further when the fucking setup comes clean. There's people gonna keep backing it, and it's gonna be too late. Well, if it was an actual setup, it wouldn't have been so sloppily done. Even the Kennedy assassination, I mean, the lady sitting beside the man put a bullet in him, broad daylight, looking at the crowd height and the fucking position and the fucking car and everything. It'd be a hard thing for just even a few people to see what she did. The fact that it was broadcast on the nightly news for 70 years and nobody caught on. A few people, I think, did. There's other people out there talking about the right thing, who did it. They haven't. She did it. That's for sure. But you can, it's that's it. If I can see it, you can see it. I'll tell you that right. I made a video. They put it on. Put a child limit on it. You gotta show your ID to fucking see it now. But it's there. I made one on the JFK file day that he handed out his JFK files. I handed mine out. Same day. I said, all right, I'm gonna release this. What I know about JFK. I think my video answered questions a lot better than the White House did on JFK. Personally. But it's kind of a biased opinion on that, I suppose. You'd have to go look at the video and tell me. Cloudy fucking rain shits right over my head. I'm glad I didn't rip the fucking plastic back off of the roof. Speaking of oil, we're fixing to go to war. It's not going to be a very long one. Most people here are going to be wrapped up in what's going on here. And it's going to kind of catch them as a left hook. Oil had to become a dependency because the truth of the Crown Vatican DC Corporation establishing enforcement of the Crown Vatican under the firstborn of the United States citizen didn't go over well. That's why we fought a civil war. They had to make it patriotic to murder for oil. Without oil, your nation becomes shit. So we had to go everywhere. Even though we have a whole lot of oil here, we plugged the fucking holes. It made us go kill brown people. Establish 180 UK banks in 180 nations that didn't want them, and give them puppet presidents, all from the same bloodline. I don't know. Didn't go over well in test groups. They had to make oil a commodity that we couldn't just replenish. Even the ones in combat zones, active combat zones, are expected to show up. You bet. Oh, come on, I didn't even get to read it. That wasn't a troll talking about me, was it? I've been waiting all day for one to show up.
Yeah. I'm just saying the screen is gay.
Oh, the screen is gay.
The stream.
Oh, well, bye. Thanks, Glenn. Well, this is an adult channel. You want to come in and show your adultness, give me a clever put down, and we'll talk. You come in here talking stupid shit like that, Glenn's just gonna smack you upside the head and not even ask questions. That's just childish. But some people are going to have a problem with the words coming out of my mouth. They're MAGA or worse. Flat earther has a problem thinking that we actually have more than one sun. They can't put their little puny heads around what's going on.
Insult.
And they come up with a quick insult, and that's all they got. Makes them feel better, if that's what it takes.
I don't understand it. I'm being insulted.
It is an awful place to be. Hi, Christy. Sorry about your brother. Try shaking his water up. You were made to help. Designed that way, actually. Well, many people break their back and they're still alive. It's good that he's alive. It's the pain he's going to have to deal with. For being in that state of alive and broken. I pity him. I've had to deal with that pain since I was 19, so I'm very familiar with it. And the wonderful stages it'll put you through. He may need your healing hands. There you go. You keep working on that, you'll lose the fear. Creator designed you. Your life force leaves the magnet behind, but it does not change. It doesn't go anywhere. It stays on the EM field just because we die. Your spirit remains individual, evident in the fact that magnets have very similar fingerprints. So do you. And the system of the Book of Men's Souls in documenting your print at birth so they know who you were the last time you cycled through. Tell me very clearly, your soul goes on and you remain you just by the evidence of their actions alone. Hi, Frida. Sorry your comments are getting blocked. We should have freedom of speech. I fought for it. I often tell people if you're going to give away those fucking rights that we veterans, actual veterans, fought for, you should probably begin with your right to speak. That way you don't do so much fucking harm. That would end your giving away rights, because that's now you're just shut the fuck up. If you didn't fight for the fucking right, I think I should have the right to revoke the fucking right that I fought for if you're abusing it. God damn it. But when you come in censoring my chat, knowing that you're probably sitting on some couch somewhere that you never left, haven't served any, you probably haven't even served fries, so let alone your nation. Stop censorship in my goddamn channel. People talk about love and getting together and having honest debates. Ain't a bad thing. Get over yourself. Frida feels the same way. Suck her dick. Suck my dick. I got a whole bag of them. Fucking Google. They get over here and they do that shit, man. I'll sit here and look at it sometimes because I haven't seen anything come across my feed that your shit's been censored. But sometimes I'll see Google team has decided that this is not going to be seen. I'm all like, what the fuck are you doing? Google team, I got plenty of wrenches in here to fucking decide what. You saw Glenn. He fucking smacked that motherfucker upside the head with his wrench so fast I couldn't even read what he said. Back off the censorship. It's fucked up.
Blows up the chat. It's history.
It's fucking bullshit. We're grown adults here. This is an adult channel. We can handle the information coming out. Fucking cupcake. God. It's just, it pisses you off. It just does. It pisses me off. I'm a grown fucking adult. You gonna tell me how I can speak with another grown adult? right on up to the point of fisticuffs. If two consenting adults want to go at that, why the fuck not? Don't bring no weapons into it. But at that point, you both lost the argument. So the argument's a moot point. Now we're just fighting. That's not really freedom of speech. It's a different issue. It's called simple assault. Yeah, there was, fuck, what was it? One of these fucking movies in the 90s, Charlie Kirkland got shot in the fucking head. Political violence and shit. I can't remember what the movie at the moment. It eludes me. But yeah, there's a script out there for what just happened. Like, get the fuck out of here. Charlie Kirkland. Huh? It's. His name was Charles in the movie. Not Charlie, it was Charles. Was it Snake Eyes? It was a conspiracy movie, yeah. I think it was Snake Eyes. But yeah, I mean, this is scripted. Dude, they have known this is coming for a very, very long time. Very long time. Maybe that's the way some of them feel, as if they're clearing their conscience. But I guarantee you, when it's quiet, they know good and damn well their conscience is not clear because they lied and they hid the truth. They made it a myth. They made it a cartoon. They made it a movie. They didn't help anyone. They didn't tell anyone. They didn't warn anybody. They went to their grave knowing something that is going to be the result in billions of human lives lost and suffering beyond imagination. Every bit of it laying on your dirty fucking hole in your little soul that you just sold for that fucking hole that you're never going to see daylight again. Good job. Great negotiating tactics. That's absolutely fear 101. You're a pussy. You're a big fearful bitch if you did that. That's all I got for you. Have fun. You got coming what you got coming. And that's all I had to say about Davis and his sister that day, too. It hasn't changed the way I feel. None of this has. You're going to get exactly the death you have coming, and it's going to be fucking terrible. You're going to boil in a mantle of hot water and cracked concrete. Boo. Enjoy your hole. Enjoy your silence. Enjoy your sacrifice, your family and your friends. So, I mean, look, they're in on it. That's what if she's his fucking wife, she's in on it. She knows where Charlie is. Her body language isn't screaming grief to me. But we all handle grief differently, so I can't judge, honestly. I'm highly suspect. Well, like I said, in the first place, it was a defined fuckery that day on in broad daylight. They're giving obvious hand signals, and then after the fact, all that footage caught on people's cell phones at different angles, catching the same things. You know that's not made up, and that's highly irregular. It's a very good question, Judy. As much noise as he made about it, people know. As much noise as I've made about it, people know. People can trace me right to him. It's a sore thumb in the world. I can only imagine. I know his sister got in trouble. She was no longer his aide there towards the end. I don't know what happened to her either. I had just fled from them. I wasn't going to try and ever type their name into the fucking keyboard. You know what I mean? I didn't. I was away from it. And the day they tried to kill me, the first time I was aware of, when they destroyed my fucking truck, um, that was crazy. In the aftermath, anyway. I knew at that point it had gone well outside the hands of a state senator because I was in the middle of fucking Colorado. And that truck had come out of Texas City, 20 miles from where I legalized medical pot for minor children in the state of Texas. Driven by somebody that wasn't even the owner. 9 months later, the insurance company's calling me, asking me if I've heard from the owner. Because they can't find the owner or the driver. Disappeared off the face of the earth. I realized very clearly it had left Davis's hands. That's when we started figuring out Five Eyes was all up in the chat, all up in our lives, in reality, in real life, following Harrison. That's when I started getting daily friends. And I couldn't help but laugh. I'm like, fuck, they already tried. Why would I shut the fuck up? I grab a loudspeaker. That's when I really started making videos. After they tried to kill me, I was like, okay, fuckers, I'm gonna do what I don't know how to do. And I made a video. At the time I think when I made my first video, man, I had a good 4,000 or 5,000 subs already. From the years of me rolling around on people's videos with the wiki links of the lunar face. That was the only weapon I had at my disposal. And I gained at least 4,000 subs by the time I made my very first video. With that, I had never said another word on my own channel. I actually didn't realize it was my channel. I just thought it was where I logged in to watch everybody's videos. That's how much I knew about fucking anything online. I really wasn't trying to expand my knowledge past Google search bar. Because I was looking up a lot of shit. And Facebook, because I was putting it there on a timeline. And it's still there. All of it. All of it. That's why I link, even in this video, you go looking for my links, you find my Facebook page. I call it my research page. Because that's why I went from MySpace to Facebook, because MySpace was well beyond my wheelhouse on how to get information to show up on my page. And I found Facebook. It was kind of simple. I was like, oh shit, I like this one better. And that's where I've been. I don't have Snapchats and the whatever. I've got Facebook, man. And I use it to document what I got over the years. I've used it with 309 tribes, showing them the individual pictures of raw maps, face to face, asking them, do you see the God in Egypt? Now look at this. Looks more like a sun holding a planet, doesn't it? Oh yeah. Preachers, all alike. Every preacher that's looked at my raw maps, because that's all I ever did. I walked up to them and gave them a raw map out of my Facebook with my pictures. Just the same way I did with y'all. It's a 12-minute video. And it's on my posts section. If you haven't seen it, you need to. It takes that long to convince a preacher that Ra was not a god to be worshipped in Egypt. He's a sun, a blue sun, holding a planet. And the reason our moon is confounded. Hush puppy. All his videos vanished? Nice. That's a strike for truth. Sky was orange. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about Nibiru. You know how I feel about Nibiru. It's a fucking lie. It's a lie of the Vatican. Anything but the whole truth is just not the truth. We live in a three-sun system. Nibiru's actual name is Planet Heaven. Anu presides over Planet Heaven. Anu handed the kingships and priesthoods down from Planet Heaven. Only during the return of the sun and the planet, whence it crosses the ecliptic that day or week. That little time period there is when they call it Nibiru. They mark it as the time of the passing. It's very clearly stated in the cuneiform like that. And all these cuneiform Planet Xers, super experts on Planet X, like all of them. All Nancy Leader, fucking, we got Shepard and Bellis over there acting like one. And he knows the truth. It's more than some rogue planet. The rogue planet story, to somebody that understands a little bit about physics, does not fit the glove that we're looking at. It had to be a sun or two coming in. Had to be. If you were a follower of the laws of physics and understood light spectrum and stuff like that, it's pretty simple. We have three light sources. Therefore, I'd say that's three suns counted for in the actual spectrum in the sky. There's, throughout the years, there's been all of these, I mean, the moon doing a cartwheel with its shadow, the 180 degrees, along with the galactic plane that no longer goes across the sky. It does a spinny wheel in the middle of the fucking sky again, like the moon. Everything else. It's us that tilts it. It's not just the moon. Everything's doing a cartwheel. But in Isaiah 24:23, it says, in the days your moon will become confounded. And in the corresponding tale in the Abrahamic cuneiform books, it literally says when the sister system nears Earth, the axis shifts, making the sky roll. Thus begin. It goes on to say, thus begins tribulations of Earth. And I'm like, what? Wait, Constantine. Over the centuries since they twisted that into the lie that it is, it has added to people's confusion and fear more than any help it has given people. People say, yeah, a book does good things, and people feel, you know what? It doesn't do good things. And they feel good about bashing babies' heads against the wall because people don't like Jeebus. See, they smile until you don't like Jeebus. Then they'll smash your baby's head out against the wall. That book did that to them. Because for some reason they got it in their head that that is the literal word of fucking God. Without so much as thinking about looking into Bible canon. They've heard about Bible canon, the original books, Abrahamic religions. It doesn't take a genius. However, this person is real happy and fucking it made a big change in their life. But you see them, deport the motherfuckers. God made America great. We're gonna make it great again. It's fucking bullshit. They ain't good. If somebody describes themselves as a good God-fearing Christian to me, that means I need to watch that motherfucker. Because they feel a certain way. They've been programmed by the Jesuit order in a lie. A very bold, open, easily proven lie. All you gotta do is read the original book. You'll see the original stories. You'll recognize them. And you'll see very clearly it ain't no God that changed the genes of Cain. It was Ninjagita, the nephew of Enlil, the Mesopotamian turtle god of 13-month calendar, dude, aka the Hebrew, third language given from the cuneiform, the Hebrews' storm god. Of a whole pantheon of gods, they said this one's ours. They never said the other ones didn't exist. They said thou shalt not worship another. Ask Marduk's followers, the Tower of Babel, their original story. So you can read these original stories. Oh, and it, you know, I went looking for it. I was like, all right. The Bible and the Quran, same book. Bible and Quran produced by the Vatican. Bible and Quran came out of Abraham. Let's look at Abraham. Oh, He was born in the capital of Mesopotamia, the city of Ur. His father was an Enlilite, or Inkiite. He became an Enlilite. Started worshiping Enlil, aka Yahweh. That's the original books Constantine took and twisted. I've never seen Constantine's version because many, many, many English noblemen have had their version of that book thrust upon the public, right down to the King James. Mark was a dick. He sure was. Oh yeah, Daddy. Yeah, that whole thing with the UV and affecting the plants. Yeah, that's absolute fact. Um, you were around, I'm pretty sure, when I did the Monsanto video and showed where they genetically engineered it to go hermaphroditic at one candlelight, knowing this was going to happen. They put famine into the script. This is how they made it happen. Yeah. Well, look at us today. We got record low number, huge emergency low number of cows. People are like, why? Well, because they had to kill them off, remember? There were lines outside the slaughterhouses because they didn't have grain to fucking feed them. The cows didn't come back magically. The chickens were humanitarianly killed off by Tyson because they had no grain to feed their chickens. And now egg prices are insane. People are like, why are eggs so? Well, because of what they told you. There's no grain to feed your chickens, so they had to kill them. Who's laying eggs if all the chickens are dead? For God's sake. Yes, there's going to be a chicken shortage. Yes, there's going to be a fucking beef shortage. And the eggs ain't going to be free. It's crazy. The milk, some places is real expensive. They've been stretching these things and closing all these big stores down. All the Family Dollars and shit they've been closing. That way they have less shelving space to fill. It's a simple game of numbers. And we've been watching it go down for a long time. Which is funny as fuck because now all of a sudden all these religious fuckers like Scientific Timmy, let's say, is like, oh, famine, and they're blaming the government, which is what they scripted them to do. But he's posting up things, this is the end times, this is it, the fucking... He's sounding like now, all of a sudden, the end of times is going to happen here real soon, that's what I'm saying. But I'm still a grifter. We got beef shortages, and he's talking about the beef shortage and lower number of cows. But what was he doing 6 months ago? Sitting there with a steak, talking about, oh, there ain't no fucking shortage of nothing. Think of all the people, if he hadn't been so goddamn indoctrinated by that Jeebus dude. He could have been helping people get ready for this instead of such a spiteful, hateful manner of going around calling me names because I merely literally spotted and called out the reason famine's going to happen. And I literally said, Monsanto, they're Catholic owned. Your government is lying to you. The same things he's saying. The government's at fault. The government's not actually at fault. They did engineer the fucking crops to go bad, understanding what was coming. That's premeditated mass fucking starvation, murder. Hideous. And that's your Crown Vatican DC corporation doing it. That's your government. But I'm a grifting fucking satanic bastard when I say it. Because I saw it before anybody else. He's just now seeing it. He's got to call me names because the whole time he's been saying I'm lying. No, I wasn't lying. I didn't never one time say that we're going to starve years ago when fucking Donnie locked us down. I said he's going to lock us down because we're going to have a shortage in the grocery store. They can't explain without a massive excuse in place prior to it happening. So we're going to have to be in like martial law this day, and then 2 weeks later comes a shortage. This is the farthest they can stretch that. I'd done already run the numbers. I wasn't fucking pulling it out of my ass in public and guessing. I had driven for years through dead corn. I looked up the consumption and production numbers. I didn't make them up. I looked them up. I did the math. I came up with a day. Said they have to do this. As an advisor, I would advise them to do this. They did exactly to the day what I said I would advise them to do. Funny enough. And then 2 weeks later, the butcher got sick. Nobody could find beef, including Wendy's. See, I didn't see it being that big of a fucking shock. I didn't realize how big it was going to be. I knew the grocery shelves were going to be like fucked. And people were going to be like, where's the beef? Then all of a sudden, Wendy's was literally, where's the beef? In certain locations. I was like, oh my God. Okay, I hit that on the fucking, that nail right there on the motherfucking head. Way stronger than I thought I was going to. But, you know, here we are. I didn't say we were going to starve. I said we're going to have a shortage in the grocery stores. It's going to begin the degradation of the food supply. They will start making excuses, even if they have to blame themselves for the food supply chain being fucked. These are the words I said. I didn't say we're going into instant famine. Never said that. I was very specific. I don't come out here and try and scare any fucking body. I let you know something's coming, that way you can prepare. See? And I would hope that this fucking asshole would fucking recognize that, but no. He's seeing it like a red and blue thing, like I'm his fucking enemy. Because of whatever. Even though he's saying the same fucking thing I am now. Yeah, the government did it. The government did it. They fucking engineered that shit. They're lying to the public. I mean, I don't know what you want from me, but I'm pointing the fingers at the same people. But I'm being called for years because I saw it happening. I saw the mechanism in which they began to use it for this purpose. And being demonized for it is fucked up, man. That's what that book does for people. See? All those people that watch his channel could have been helped. But now where there's a steak costing you $50 fucking dollars, and Mr. Timmy's out there with, the government made the beef shortage. Well, okay, that's what I had been saying all along. Why weren't you helping people? You were concentrating on me being a demon because I saw the mechanism which the government was using to make this famine happen. And up until yesterday, he's still talking shit on me. I'm like, man, fuck you, Jimmy. Oh, well, yeah. Well, because we're going into civil war. He's calling all the generals into fucking arms to see who's on board and who isn't. There's going to be an incident that, oops, there's a whole bunch of generals that died, and we're at war. That's what I see happening Tuesday, Wednesday. What do you think? I mean, it's not going to be touted as we took the generals that weren't along with Trump's plan and murdered them. That's not going to be the story. But something's going to happen to those generals that weren't along with the plan. You've seen the movie. Their chair's going to flip back and they'll be tied down to and sent out into the center of the table, and mice will eat their genitals while a laser comes from the fucking ceiling and cuts them in half as everybody maniacally laughs. I mean, whatever. They're gonna fucking die. And we're going to war. We're when Trump literally said, "Here we go." He was real about "here we go." This is the beginning of the end. That's what he meant by that statement. Here we go. That was just last week here. Made a video. Here we go. With Charlie. That day. Here we go. Brace yourself. That's what he meant to say. He just didn't finish it. But people in the know, and I know, will know what that meant. I know exactly what it meant. Now look, the generals are being called. They're going to know. I need to know. A plan they've had ready for decades. I'm telling you, in my mind, something's going to happen to those people that do not agree with the fucking plan. They learn from me. It may be a wild card in the fucking bunch that does not give a fuck what you try to do or who you threaten in my life. I am not going to fucking sacrifice my soul and dirty the soul of my fucking loved ones by the actions that I would take fucking hiding this shit along with a plan of mass murder out of fear of you infiltrating my bunker. I could not do that, obviously. Here we are. I do not understand how people can do that. But then again, I don't understand how people can think this is fucking a flat earth either. So I'm fucking at a loss. It's fucking... You only knew what was coming to you for doing such a fucking hideous thing. You will see cracks develop in your concrete, deep in your mantle, and water comes in. It's going to be boiling like a crab in a kettle. you are gonna fucking scream. It's not gonna be a slow cook like the frogs around you that you did all your life. You're gonna boil hard. You're gonna feel it. It's gonna be a shock. You're gonna try and climb your way out of it, and the entrance is going to be blocked. A little fucking 3-foot shaker, man, moves your entire entry hole. What are you gonna do? You're going to boil alive in your hole and never be seen or thought of again. That's what you get for your efforts. Bravo. Those are the lucky ones. If I was amongst that crowd, I know some of you be in here, I would be rethinking my life choices really fucking hard. Bureaucrats do. Yes. It sounds like it needs to stay deep. Never be thought of again. That's just it's just a wrong thing in the kitchen, man. It needs to be left where it is. To rot and fester with each other. I was blessed to have a few frames of that existence shown upon me the day Davis was describing everyone's death and my safety in my bunker. I literally had a vision of that I just described. People climbing over each other trying to get away from the boiling water. The lights were on and off, mostly off. Flashing. You got scenes of people's horror around you. It's how you're gonna die in your holes. And I'm going to know this. You had better know it and think about your decision. If you go in that hole, that's your fate. You will be boiled by Mother herself. There won't be no voice of harmony and chord struck by 3 suns for you. You will be taken out well before that happens. In a fucking horrible manner. And all I can do is giggle to myself, knowing how true it is. I've looked at your bunkers, and you gotta understand, you've been sold out. Your elite know there's 3 times the water in all the oceans inside that mantle, and it's fucking hot. You're an idiot. You're a flat-tard if you think you're going to be safe in your hole. You have not thought about the first fucking thing. You're reacting in fear. Sit down and think about your life choices. Would be my best advice to you in this time. You fucking come clean. grab a bullhorn. Fix what you've done knowingly. You will be judged by your maker. I'm giving you the mechanism of which your maker is going to judge you. Your very soul. You're calling me a demon for it. Happy Friday, Christy. Physics proved the design of an amazing creator to a non-believer like me. I speak in physics because it is the only thing that you can prove beyond the shadow of a fucking doubt. Over and over and over. And if it doesn't fit, you're doing it wrong. Or it doesn't exist. And you're fooling yourself. Yeah, I have no idea what day it is anymore. From day to day, it seems. I'm always wrong. I turned this place upside down, yes, sir. Well, that's the polarity in the sun that we're going to ride on. Mom's magnet is always stable in accordance to her own body, just like yours is. Your magnet doesn't do a fucking pole flip every so many years. Mother's life force, just like yours, is just a lot stronger. And they'd rather have us believe it's a molten ball of metal that physics demands can't exist. Magnets lose their magnetism at high temperatures. You can't melt a magnet and have it magnetized. Don't write me no fucking encyclopedia on it. There was a plasmatic ejection from the accretion disk of this sun in a life-giving fucking birth of plasma, which accumulated matter around it over the centuries, and as it froze, as any magnet freezing, creates a fucking void in the water, which there is plenty of around you in space where it came from. It all makes sense how planets form now. It's not a mystery. It's not what they say. I think rapture is when we latch on to Ra. The last rapture was when we fell into this void by accident. And we flipped upside down and started spinning the other way. Caused the Cretaceous boundary. The molecule was very large on the other side of the boundary. On this side of the boundary, the same molecule is smaller because there's less energy on this sun. The blue ultraviolet sun, Ra, Earth's father, has more energy traveling through matter. Therefore, everything was bigger. We had crystalline life, all kinds of shit going on here that we don't know. What's up, Damon? It all makes sense. Well, when we go back, This is an on purpose one. Mom has had forewarning that we're fixing to roll back onto Daddy. He's got open arms for her, and these planets have been slowly fucking slowing us down, causing king tides, record waves globally, global tsunamis that they report as locals. But you start looking at each continent and they're like, well, you know, we had this huge surge over here. Well, yeah, because we're tapping the brakes. It's called magnetic braking. And that's how planets slow down so they don't kill all their stewards. Because if all the stewards are dead and she has a fucking nova event in her proximity, she is likewise dead. Okay? Period. So there is no harm meant to us and these living beings, because Mother is not the only of first creation. It very clearly says planets and stars are first creation. It's more than one. That's how I finally fucking came to the comfortable feeling of, okay, well, Planet Heaven is Mom's aunt, and she wants their stewards to understand what they need to do, because without them, Mother's aunt is going to die very soon. They need to understand how amazing they are, which kind of puts them on a learning basis like us. We never fear all those places they fear to go on their own planet, and all the places that they fear to go on our planet are because they are divided in their hearts. And that's going to be a bridge gapped when they come to a realization, just like everything else. It's meant to be. This process is flawless. You just gotta get their attention. Make them stop going, la, 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 I'm scared. Show them why they shouldn't be scared. Physics and that wall in Giza took an absolute non-believer and converted me into knowing something. It went past that belief stage. Belief is pretty scary. You never know if you're right. Just believe. It's a terrifying situation. In some situations, having to rely on belief. Knowing kills the fear of belief, instills in people. It's that armor of knowledge that they tried to kill out of humanity. They didn't even understand the things we were writing, they said. They thought we were drawing a pantheon of gods. Literally. In their own words, they say this. And that is not what we were drawing. So I know they don't have some key information. It's just I don't know what information they're lacking. I gotta talk to one of these motherfuckers to figure it out. It's gotta be simple. The truth begins here, and here, in your hands. All the words in the world can't do what this does for you. Feeling it. Get to know your strength. Through your Creator, you were granted this ability to move objects and to move people's lives into a better shifted, fucking painless existence by releasing your magnet and allowing the Creator through you to be conduit for whatever that person needs. And you happen to know because you can feel it. Creator knows. But you hover your hands over that right area and you're going to get those goosebumps, and that person will feel an electric discharge. Then they'll feel better, because that's the way Creator designed you specifically to do. And knowing that makes it easier to do. But you can't know that until you fucking put it in your pocket. I can tell you all day. I could be manipulating the paper, even though it's under a fucking thing of fucking glass. I'm standing 2 foot from it, fucking making the goddamn thing move under glass. Someone's got to say something about it. Until you do it yourself, the best you could do is believe that I'm doing it. You have to, if you want to survive in a very short time here, you're going to have to know you can do it. Not believe I can do it. You're going to have to step it up to where you know you were designed to do this. I can't do that for you. Only you can do that. Only you can put your hands, instead of the fucking clasping of your hands and the binding of your fingers, put them out. Feel it. Holy shit, that's step one. Now reach out and see what you can touch. As soon as you relax and you'll feel it in your fingers, you'll notice whatever you're near starts responding to you when it wasn't before. You just have to relax a little and let it happen. Once you do that, you'll know. And that's something I can't do for you. Hi, excited. Good to see you too. Didn't want you to have to sit and look at my forehead while I was trying to read the small print. Fucking hate to put y'all through that shit. I love y'all. Hope all's good with you too, man. But yeah, we're good. We're good. Fucking doing that thing. I bet it did. Energy in the hospital is pretty chaotic on a good day. And being sensitive and open to other magnets around you, the more you play with it, the more sensitive you're going to feel that shit. You may need to decompress a bit. Well, Christy, I have no other message. I used to only have, we're all going to die. So drink your bottled water so you don't die of thirst. But now we're actually the difference in this situation. See, there's that. and that requires you get up off your butt. And if you want to know where the safest place in the world is, because you're asking me, I'm going to tell you. You got to get that frequency right. And it doesn't matter where you're at. You're going to be just fine. Because you're going to be exactly where you're supposed to be. That's on the other side of that, of course, there's that doesn't happen, which translates into God, you're in a lot of trouble. Your atoms are going to be spread throughout the fucking universe. And ain't nothing I can do about it. But if I told you anything different, that would make me an absolutely horrible person, because that's not the truth. And to give somebody a false hope is a lie, and involving the possibility of their eternal soul. So I don't want to go that route. I've seen how that works too. Fucking priests. Yeah, when I get that, I know it's time to sit down and relax a minute. Find myself a good tune. Make me dance. Those ringing ears. It's a good sign that your human may be spiky. You should probably take a minute, calm down. It's no fault of your own. It's a situation we find ourselves in. Prior to laying on our side as a planet and making the entire sky do cartwheels, as far as I could tell, unless I missed the memo, we were sorely uninformed about this event. Practice as you go, and eventually we'll get it right. But I mean, for me, the first time I started interacting with my magnet and feeling it in my own fingers, I realized, holy shit, this telekinesis shit isn't a mind over matter. It's your magnet interacting with the magnets inside of matter, making them do what you want them to do. There's an actual mechanics to it. I can make the fuzzy dice swing now. And it's petty and kind of silly, but I'll be damned if it ain't fucking cool. You bring your hand up to a plant and it starts reacting to you. Tell me that ain't fucking awesome. And that helps you like get into the gratitude mode. You know, feeling good about the plant and everything. All of a sudden, it's your friend. You get the goosebumps, and this plant shakes, starts to dance with you, and then within a week, you realize the leaves are healing, and this thing is fucking doing amazing. And it's like, wow, okay, maybe I was designed to be a healer too. Fuck yeah, you were. It will feel good. That's what you're made to do. Interchange those energies with the mama. I imagine myself breathing out the ugly, sucking in light from mom. She is a sun. We're little extensions of her. I gotta get my ass in there, set up and work. It's getting late. I still ain't had breakfast yet. It may clear up. I may do the fucking roof now to get something to eat. Well, thank you for participating. I'm glad to see everybody here. Glad to see you here. Hearing from you. I'm glad to have the conversation. It is fall. Some places it gets foggy in the fall and the spring. More so than others. I saw fog over here the other day too. It was actual fog. It wasn't just cheering cough. Well, hey there, Judith. How are you? We had to go running about today without a title. Okay, yeah, Mississippi bound to get foggy. in there. Catalog everything I made yesterday. Throw it in the bin. Grab some of my tools. My wrench. And one of those fucking screwdriver sets. And get up here and start tearing apart this roof. See, it looks okay. So I'm gonna give it another hour and make sure it doesn't cloud up. But yeah, I'm fixing to go in here and get busy. It looks like it might be coming on the horizon too. I don't know. We'll see here. Alright, love y'all. We'll be seeing you soon. Remain calm. Things are escalating.